You better be careful.
I can see that. To work when I work on LA radio on
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. We are live here in Western Springs, our first Rail Fanning stream, as I promised. We're going to be having lunch at the Hillgrove Tap in just a little bit. And see right there, this is Wolf Road. And this is our old friend, the BNSF racetrack. The busiest rail line in all of Chicagoland. 100 plus trains each day. Considering this is the day after Christmas, I'm not really sure how busy this is going to be, but I'm sure it'll be as busy as an average weekday, that's for sure. Yeah, well, it doesn't stop. That's Grand Avenue down there. And apparently this is the bell cycle now. And of course, Metro wants to make the stops as short as possible. All right. And now it continues on its journey to downtown. Not sure if that was the California Zephyr or the Southwest Chief. It's either of those two. I wonder why the crossing takes so long to deactivate. 'Cause I know all the other crossings are already off. We have made it to the end of the work week. Let's get right to it. And we are going to do number 3 as our platter. And our first one will be 22. right away. Dessert is gone. Will that be a big enough boost? We'll have to see. 5. Chicken feet, 19. Zucchini salad, 16. Fried rice, 1. Daikon, and 25. Bunny cake. Okay, here comes our first offer, and it is creamy pasta. No, I don't want pasta. Okay, 8. Wing stew, 14. Fresh garlic, 18. Vomit bun, 10. Banana surprise, and 20. Mushrooms. Okay, here comes our next offer. A nice custardy bun, but no thank you. Okay, 6. Tomato pizza, 15. Salty oysters, 17. Cinnamon bun, and 4. Roast lamb. Oh wow, semi-Fredo. Nope. Alright, 21. Puffy fish, 11. There's the cheesesteak, 23. Eggs and toast. Yikes. Alright, what is the next offer? It's semi-Fredo again. Well, let's go for it. 13 intestines and 24. And there's the chicken. Right. As long as I know which numbers to avoid, we'll be in good shape. And there's the Napoleon Dynamite again, but no. 12. There's the cigars. Got the penny off the board. All right. Golden Peaches is the next offer, but no to that. Number 9. And that was the cake. That was the cake. Now what's it down to? Custardy bun. Alright, I'll take it because I probably might not get another chance, but what's on the tray? Red onions. Hey, I'll take the custardy bun over that. Well, we will be back soon with more from Chef Andre, but until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, welcome to a new work week here at Chef Andre. Here we go with number 15. Okay, and let's get started. Number 20. Fried rice, 5. 22. There's the chicken, 25. Eggs and toast, 23. Meatballs, 6. There's the cigars. All right. We are getting our first offer now, and it is lasagna. Nope. Okay, 14. Wing stew, 16. The puffy fish, 3. Cheesesteak, 18. Zucchini salad, and 24. All right. Let's see what our next offer is. A nice custardy bun, but no thank you. All right, 8. Roast lamb, 13. Chicken feet, 11. Salty oysters, 4. Daikon. And now, here comes the next offer, which is semi-Fredo. Delicious, but no. Okay, number 1. Banana surprise, 19. Vomit bun, 21. Fresh garlic. And now it is offer time again. This time it is golden peaches. No. Okay, 12. Intestines and the crusty desserts. Ooh. thankfully we still have that strawberry cake up there. The offer now, more peaches, but I'm kind enough without those. That cinnamon bun looks delicious too. There'll be a $60,000 boost on this offer, so this could be really good here. Now look at that, we are up to the lob set. This might be one of the best offers we'll get, possibly the only opportunity. But you know what? I will take the lobster and I'll be more than happy to have seafood tonight. But on the tray, nice, a bunny cake. Although I really wouldn't like to have cake for dinner, but only on, special occasions of sorts. But hey, we'll be back tomorrow, hopefully with something even more delicious than that. Till then, we'll see you next time. Alright, welcome to Friday. We have made it to the end of the week. Let's end it on a good note. We'll start things off with number 11. Lucky number 11. And let's see how lucky it is. How it really truly is. Right side. Oh, look at that. $1 million right out of the gate. We got it on the first pick. Nice. 21. Left side is $8. Other side is $8,000. Alright, $6. Alright, left side. Lose half. You should have hit the double. But we're down to $500,000 now. Let's do 8. Left side, $1,000, and there's the add a 0. Okay, 18. Alright, let's do the left side. Random 3, otherwise $500. Alright, 12. Let's do the right side. There goes floor number 1. A random 4. Alright, 17. Let's do the left side. Random 2. And there's $2. Alright, 13. Let's do the right side. $2,000. Otherwise, we would have lost 75%. But would have gained 75%. My bad. Okay, number 4. Let's do the left side. Lose 25. Add 50%. Okay. Right side of 15, do 50, there's $16. Let's do number 2. Alright, left side, and it's over. So we finish with $380,689 going into the weekend. So, hope you all have a good weekend this week, and we will be back on Monday for more. But until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, it's time for a new week here at the tower. Let's get started. Let's start with 16. the right side we find, add a 0 of nothing. What a waste. Yeah, we missed out on the big one too. Alright, number 5. Let's do the left side. $500, otherwise 33,000. Okay, number 11. On the right, random 1 value, otherwise 16,000. 21. Okay, on the left, $250,000, otherwise the million. Alright, let's do the right side of 15. $64, otherwise we're added 50%. Okay, number 4. What do we see on the right side? There goes floor number 1. And we would have doubled our money. And number 8. What do we see on the left side? Lose 75%. Otherwise, nothing. Alright, right side 13. Nothing. Other side, lose 25%. Right, 18. Left side, random 4. Otherwise, nothing. Okay, number 6. Left side, lose half. Otherwise, $8. Okay, 17. Right side, lose it all. Otherwise, $500,000. The good thing now is all the deductions are gone, so now we can just build our bank with what's left. $16 and there's 8,000. Unfortunately, the highest amount now is 66,000. 4,000, and there's the game over card. Alright, number 7. Left side, nothing. Other side, $125. Okay, 19. Left side, add 75%, otherwise $2. Number 9. Right, $4, otherwise $32. Okay, 14. Let's see what's on the left side. Add 25%, otherwise $1. Okay, number 2. Left side, random 3, and there's add a 1. Okay, 2 floors to go. Right side of 3, $1,000. There goes to 66,000. Alright, last floor. Left side, 2,000, and we only finished with 17,640. That's almost like beat the bridge money, except it's a little less than that. There's random 2. Well, we'll be back tomorrow to try again, maybe win even more. But until then, we'll see you next time. It's the end of the week, so let's get started. And we have an 8. Let's clear the 7 and the 1. There they go. Next roll, 6. Let's clear the 6 on its own. Next roll, 10. Clear the 8 and the 2. Alright, next roll. It's a 6, but we get another chance. Yet another one. And there's the 3. Alright, there's a 4. 5 and 9 are left all on their own. There's a 3, unfortunately. But we're going to try again game number 2. Let's see if we can do it this time. All right, first roll up is a 6. Let's clear the 5 and the 1. All right, next roll, 7. Clear the 4 and the 3. All right, next roll, it's a 5, but we get another chance. There's an 11. Let's clear 8 and 2. No, we can't do that. 9 and 2 is the only way we can take it off. And now all 3 numbers, 6, 7, and 8, are natural. And a 9, which we had no choice to clear. Well, that's unfortunate, but we're going to try again on Monday. Maybe we can win the 10,000, but until then, we'll see you next time. All right, a whole new week here at the big numbers. Let's get going. And we start with a 10. Let's clear the 8 and the 2. All right, next roll, a 5. Let's clear the 4 and the 1. Off the board. Next roll, it's a 12. Clear the 9 and 3. Next roll, it's another 3, but it's insurance. There's a 6. All right, 5, 7, and 12 are all that's left. All right, 3 chances to roll a 7. There's a 3. There's a 9. There's an 8. Didn't do it in this first game, but let's try game number 2 and see if we can do it. All right, here we go. First roll, 7. Let's clear the 7 by itself. Next roll, it's a 9. And we'll do just that. Next roll up, it's an 8. And we'll clear the 8. Next roll, it's a 10. Let's clear the 6 and the 4. Off board. Alright, all rolls are still good, but they won't be for long. 5 will win it. Ah, there's a 7. Well, didn't do it today, but maybe tomorrow. But until then, we will see you next time. The civil authorities have issued a required weekly test for all of Hawaii beginning at 4 p.m. and ending at 5 p.m. Test message, I paused, open cap ES feed configuration test message. Ah, that's lovely. Alright, well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are having a wonderful Monday. A wonderful Monday, as much as I am here today. So, we are going to get started with our Minecraft show for this week in just a little bit, but we have some things to talk about first. And, oh yeah, my website. That actually goes along well with something I did today, too. I'll explain in a little bit here. But first, let's go through the Wordle, and then we'll talk about some stuff, and then it's on to our show here. Doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere, huh? How about? Nope, nothing there. Let's see if eBay's. Would have been nice if eBay's was a word, though. Doesn't look like we're getting anywhere, though, huh? Wheel. Yeah, it's R9. It's Hazel. As in the name of that chiptune I've been raving to. Well, actually, not that one specifically today. Well, whatever. But anyway, that is the word of the day for today. So, let's discuss what happened over the last several hours after we left you last night. So, so following our following our show last night, yep, of course I did go through that chaos that I usually go through at the time. I usually go through. Yeah, what I usually go through. And as I was getting the automated test set up, well, actually, way before that, oh, more craziness with this red bird. I love him. He's so cute. Uh, anyway, yep. There was some more stuff from Mobile, even way past midnight, but I actually did get them all, and and furthermore, I did manage to finish event number 21. That's scheduled, uploaded, and all ready to go to premiere this Saturday, alongside number 22, which is actually today's event, because we got some severe weather occurring. Not much, though. Mainly North Carolina, although there was some stuff in Georgia and Florida earlier this morning, too. How the hell did this piece of my oranges from earlier make it up here? Alright, that's better. Now, where was I? I was saying that, yeah. And the Bubble Biathlon came on last night, and of course I had to watch the episode while playing, well, you know what you know what I usually do. But then I was in for a bit of a surprise. Because as I was getting the station set up in terms of the usual auto test for tonight, well, from last night, WREW, the last station on the list, actually was playing one of my favorites, so I had to put it on. And of course, I repeated the same song over and over again, like 9 or 10 times. And it was the second to last time when MVG finally started Definition After Dark. They were actually running quite late with that last night, so that's why they came on at like just after 12 midnight instead of 11 o'clock when they normally do, but we understand. So yeah, of course I watched that and played around with more stuff until going to bed last night. But I did play a lot of catch up today, a whole lot of catch up. Well, particularly with the stuff from last night, and of course with everything from today. Then, actually, two people called me while I had lunch today. First of all, my grandma wanted to tell me that she finally got around to finishing Deal or No Deal Island, which ended a few weeks ago. And the Lembine wanted to call me too. He did just about 5 minutes after I got my butt downstairs and started munching on grapes and the sandwich and ham and cheese and all that stuff. I don't know what he wanted me for. Well, I'm pretty sure he's still available, so. But we'll see. But anyway, in terms of other stuff, let's see, college-wise, yeah. I did the Scibit notes today. I did try what I could of the HTML thing, but I'm actually going to wait until the full assignment's available. I can actually get into it before I can do anything else with it. So, to pass the time, and I was actually thinking about this earlier too. I was thinking, should maybe use actually put the knowledge of my the HTML skills to the test, and actually try to create my own HTML web page. Not on Google Sites though, and that actually goes along well with that too, because I was creating a sort of like envision like a concept of sorts to replace the Google site. Well, pretty much I'll just use the Google site, to share it with the world. But then for here, I'll still have the Google site available for anyone else who needs it. So, but then when I fully finish writing out this HTML document, I'm still in the development stages right now of it. Testing out other things and seeing what other enhancements I can make to it. But otherwise, it's coming along nicely so far, and I'm very, very pleased with how it's looking at the moment. So, I was thinking then tomorrow I'll just take care of the final Cybit notes, get those done, and then I don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, then I won't have to worry about it anymore. So then all I can just do then is continue working on that HTML file and get that finished. I might work on that during the Wireless Foundations course on Wednesday instead of just playing around in that Windows 11 virtual machine. I could, but I don't know. I'll think about it. So anyway, moving on then. I think that's it. Yeah. So, yeah, I did all that today and watched Jeopardy, of course, and followed along with the severe weather, too. I almost forgot to mention that. All right. So, I guess with that now done, we are ready to get started with our Minecraft show. Oh, yeah. And while I was playing catch up, I actually found a new favorite chiptune song of mine, and I've actually approved it almost immediately. It's this one right here, Utopic Dreams. I really enjoyed the sound of that. It sounded very soothing, to be honest. I mean, that seems to be the theme of a lot of these. Okay, I don't know what is going on with this thing, why it's doing this. Okay, I don't understand why it did what it did. You know what? After I dig this row, I'm gonna see what the heck that Lembine wanted with me as I was getting started on having lunch this afternoon on my lunch break. So anyway, now I guess that we're starting our Minecraft show here. Let's catch you all up to speed with where we were 2 weeks ago. So, we were going to do it last week, but we never got to it. Is this thing having connection issues now? Because it seems like there's like chunks that it's like stopping me at certain points. I don't know. Well, let's not think about that. And let's think about doing all this work here. So, anyway, where were we at? So, a couple weeks ago, we completed the construction of the exit ramps on Interstate 902 and, of course, the I-62 freeway, or whatever this new freeway is going to be. I had some time to think about what interstate number I want to put it on, and I'm still haven't decided like exactly what the final number is going to be, but I have a few ideas in mind. So for this week, we're just going to finish digging up the roads here on this side of the river. We're going to finish digging up the roads on this side of the river, and then I think digging might be as far as we'll get for this week, but if we can get to the actual construction of the overpasses and exits, then that's great. Then we'll be able to get more done. But we'll see how far how far that'll take us. So, I mean, with these watches and all, I have decided to call this event 2025-22, and this should be the last one. This should hopefully be the last one for real this time, because it'll be quiet. Because it should be quiet over the next few days. So, because yeah, then it should be quiet over. It should be quiet over the next few days. But yeah. And then in terms of prime time tonight, is of course the good old Wheel of Fortune. And I mean, considering Flipside's going to be on at 7:30 tonight. Actually, now that I mentioned that, I also scrolled through the HTML and I saw a table exercise, and the goal was to choose a actor or whatever actor, and mention five credits that were given for the specific person. And I mean, I had an idea already in mind when I first saw it. I already had an idea in mind, and that kind of goes along well with Flipside because I chose the host of that show, so I remember I remembered it quite well. So it's probably some miscommunication between the tablet and the computer, which is why the remote desktop thing has been like glitching out a few times. Yeah, this is kind of annoying me. I mean, especially after Apple released their new software update, which patched all those vulnerabilities. And speaking of which, Windows is going to be getting those updates tomorrow too. So at some point tomorrow, Microsoft's going to be pushing out our monthly security updates for both Windows 11 and Windows 10. And from my count, I believe there are just seven more Patch Tuesdays left for Windows 10. So there are 7 more Patch Tuesdays left to go for Windows 10 before support is dropped. And yesterday I was talking about a lot about how we're going to be handling the series finale of the Nostalgia Paradise show. Where now, instead of it being like a documentary style format, I've instead decided to sort of go through how I'm going to, retiring the Vostro from service, and, showing you the process of retiring the Del Vostro from service, and, prepping everything else for what's next, particularly retiring the Vostro from service, bringing a newer Latitude into its place, putting Windows 11 on that, and then on the XPS installing the last update for Windows 10, then upgrading it to Windows 11. But of course, I got to back up the recovery partition and everything else, and then when that's done, I can perform the upgrade. So and I was thinking with the fall schedule, yeah, we're not going to be so yeah, a lot of shows are going to be taken off the lineup for the foreseeable future. I mean, when we get to the fall, I don't know what the Lembine is doing, but should we just call him back right now? Yeah, let's do it. If he picks up, great. If not, oh well. Is it just me, or am I noticing there's a new pane on the... How did that get... I don't remember enabling that. Huh, interesting. If he doesn't pick up, he might be busy with work or something. So maybe that's why he called me earlier in the afternoon than he normally would. Yep, he didn't pick up. Oh, and it looks like we get a response right. Oh, can't right now. Currently work. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking the first time. So that's why he wanted to call me earlier because he was going to work. So all right. So then I guess when he's done with work, he'll be with us, which is probably going to be at like 10 o'clock at night or something like that. But yeah, because 10 o'clock at night seems to be the theme here for him. But that's okay. That's okay. Just like last week, just curious to see if he's available. But oh well. We'll uh, we'll let him do his. We'll let him. We'll let him finish his work or whatever, and then and then we can have him with us. So it's been a while since I've had problems with this game. Oh yeah, and where was that daily dose of internet video that I didn't finish? But yeah, cleared it out. Well, it's already there, so I can just go ahead and open it up, and I can get right back to it and finish it up. So, with that said, so yeah, with that said, I mean, like I said, so tonight, hopefully they get to starting Monopoly right on time, unlike last night. We'll see if they started on time. If they don't this week, oh well. I mean, they didn't do it last week either, so I think they want to save it for like May. They probably want to get Monopoly finished here, so yeah, I think they probably want to wait a little bit before getting back to Monopoly. Maybe they should be getting back to Monopoly because the Enright Cup is almost at the tournament. So, in fact, I got like two more regular season episodes left of that. So, oh, so yeah, I'll probably be working a lot with that custom HTML document I'm making. And then when I have it all finalized and done, I'll actually deploy that document. And instead of my Google site, you'll be seeing that HTML page. And it actually will be much simpler. So, and then of course, each time we have to make updates to it, I'll of course take note of which links do not work. So then I can open up the visual editor code. I can open up the HTML document in the editor, and then I can change out the links if I find any new ones. So that's the plan. So, anyway, with that said, or maybe I could do some more of it tonight instead of messing around with whatever, but it's up to me. So, I guess without further ado, then, let me go ahead and mute, and let's get to work then. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and do a little update here on what we've got so far. So what I'm actually mostly doing is I'm kind of trying to speed up this process as much as possible. So what I'm doing is I'm only extending the interstates first. So I'm only going to do the interstate extensions first, and then the local roads will then follow after. So so I'm mostly getting a head start on the local roads part, but we're not going to do the local roads until we get all the way to the end. So we're going to wait till we get all the way to the end, and then we'll move on to the next next section and everything. So that's what we got going on here. And I noticed that while I was silent, Gage was asking me if there were any streams, any new NWR streams. um, I do not believe there are any, because I think I remember looking through that NWR website earlier in the week, and I have not spotted. Actually, wait a minute. First of all, go away. I don't want to hear it. Okay. Now, I I believe I just remembered state Southern PA tried to do a live stream of tried to stream some alerts. Let's try to have a stream going of Newport if anything was going to be happening there, but it doesn't seem like anything else has happened. So, from what it looks like KC84 might have actually just returned after God knows how long it's been since we last had it. Okay, so it is time now for Wheel of Fortune. So let's do this local road. This will be the last one we'll do. And we'll get them all positioned during each commercial break. All right, so here we go. It's time for America's Game. Oh, there was something I was going to say before Wheel of Fortune came back. Well, before Wheel came on. I'll do it now while it's on the commercial. So, since Flipside's going to be on at 7:30 tonight, in terms of all new stuff, we've agreed to I've agreed to push Flipside to take care of Flipside tomorrow during my lunch break alongside 25 words or less. So I'll take care of that show. And I won't be able to do Flipside tomorrow night either. Well, for obvious reasons. Same story with Wednesday. So Thursday, I'll probably be doing a double. I'll be doing a double makeup, making up the flip side from Tuesday night, then the flip side from Wednesday, and then the flip side from Thursday, and then, and then, and then that night's flip side episode. Yeah, this week is iHeart Music Week on Wheel of Fortune. So what they're doing is they're gonna bring back the top winners at the end of the week with some featured artists, and they're going to not sure what the grand prize is gonna be at the end, but they're of course giving away exotic trips to viewers. Tonight's trip is Nashville, so and it mentioned Fourth of July, which actually kind of resonated with me really well because I remember seeing I every Fourth of July I would go back on those Nashville fireworks shows because of how crazy the finale really is. I mean, at the end, it's a pretty crazy finale. I can tell you that. But anyway, let's get back to Wheel now. All right, break number 2 for Wheel. Now, my parents have also been telling me that there are rumors going around that Ryan Seacrest could be leaving Wheel of Fortune. However, he hasn't. However, there are no definites as of yet. Yeah, but they say that there are no official statements yet. And it's because of the busy schedule that he has. 'Cause, I mean, like I said, he hosts so many. He hosts so many things at once. I mean, he hosts American Idol, also on ABC. Then there's Dick Clark New Year's Eve with Seacrest. There's his on-air show. Um, is that it? I think that's all of them. But yeah, something I haven't done in a while. I'm gonna keep a Economo walk going through the night tonight, which is something I haven't done in a while. And I did go back on the Builder number 7 too, by the way. I saw 4 in La Plata this morning, and the audio is cutting out. I hope this is a bug that doesn't make it into my new phone. There we go. Should be working now. All right. The audio should be fixed now on the phone. The Wisconsin Southern Railroad they're talking about. So anyway, yeah, for the prize puzzle this week, it's quite interesting. The prize they actually picked out for the prize puzzle was quite, yeah, quite interesting too. It actually gave away tickets to the Keith Urban concert when he comes to Chicago as part of his tour this fall. So very exciting the trip that was just given away. So that's going to be very exciting for all those Keith Urban fans. I know my mom is more of a country fan. She actually really enjoys country. She really enjoys country music. But we'll save that for after the commercial. But right now, Triple Tots. Okay, now let's get back to this here. All right, so 105 looks ready. Let's continue. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we have another 100 grand winner. All right. So Wheel of Fortune is done for today. What a great show. So no bonus round winner today. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. So now let's get back to what we were doing before Wheel came on. Well, before the commercial. Well, before the bonus round, I should say. So here's where we stand on our current Minecraft project so far, as we have about 3.5 hours left to build here. So here's where we stand so far. So we're starting with the interstates. We're going to start by, planning those out, extending them. And the local roads, we're going to do last. So that's what we're going to do. I see some more stuff for North Carolina's coming in after what seemed like quite a long pause. So, with that said, let's get back to work now. Oh, that's neat. Even the icon comes up. It's just interesting that I noticed that there was something new must have happened with Discord after they updated the after the app updated. So that's interesting. Now I can actually see if anyone's actually requesting a voice call without me even having to go over to the Discord window directly.
Feature for a long time.
Yeah, it's and I haven't even noticed it until now. So yeah, I know it. I know it has. I've seen that feature in action, but I haven't seen it happen on this machine. I haven't seen it in front of my eyes yet. But anyway, I'm sure the next thing you're going to be asking is about this Jalen County expansion thing. But well, I could tell you the progress of these highways. Oh boy, it's coming along nicely. Yep, we're getting to extending the other roads now, and of course, all these other roads we'll work on separately.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then alongside all the bridges and everything. And here comes Amtrak 3 into La Plata, which I saw in Mendota earlier because I watched it make it stop in La Plata. No, in Mendota. What am I saying? I meant to say Mendota, but there we go. I corrected myself there. So yeah, we're doing like the main extension part for the interstates first, and then we're gonna do the local roads afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to speed up the process, or at least make an effort to speed up the process a bit.
Yep.
Speed up the process, make it easier, whatever.
Yeah, I need to get an antenna on the wall.
Yeah, to get better reception of.
Reception in general.
Yeah, especially of all those, especially particularly the weather radio network.
For everything.
Well, yeah, not just that then. But yeah, I've as many of you may know, I've actually changed my 12996's main channel. It's now channel 3, which is Odell, out of Odell, because it's picking it up much more clearly than picking it up much better than the 12519. So yeah, that'll be its permanent home channel moving forward. And the 12519 now has Plano set up. And Recom, of course, will remain on Plano as it always has been.
Yeah. Flambo, what are you doing? Silly.
Well, as I've been saying, still digging.
Continuing.
Yep, still digging up that highway. Oh boy, this is this. I'm thinking at this point, this has to be the by far the biggest project that we have done. Yeah, with the way this is going.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. What highway are you doing now?
We're mainly doing. Let's see, what are we doing?
Jolson, Maine. Are you still?
Joel's. Well, that massive highway that loops around this Minecraft world. Well, we already got through the digging process of that. Now we just need to do is extend the other roads out to connect to it.
Yeah. But I'm trying to find out.
And if I remember correctly, yeah, the road that we're doing right now is Interstate 356. I've given the for this Minecraft world. I've given this. I've officially decided the name of this road.
Dude, we don't use interstate. There's no states. There's no
Yeah, that could be some good advice, but that would mean I would have to rename everything else to County Road 56 and everything else.
Well, you could also,
Or I could just continue to do the interstate name.
the first one that Jolson is. Jolson, Maine is, of course, county or no. Uh, I think it's called Continental Road, Jolson, or no, Jolson Continental. I don't even fucking know what it's called. It's just called Jolson, Maine. This next road is going to be called Council Road 356. Name it that, and then we can name the other roads later if I can get the freaking list down.
Yep, that could be. Yeah, that could be that. Yeah, that could be potentially a name. That could potentially be the final name. Yeah.
I sent it to.
I think it depends on if it went through Element or not.
There. Let's see. Elemental P. Oh, geez, tablet. Don't die on me, please. Please don't do that. On element. Load. Hmm? Let's do this to me, please. Why am I feedbacking all of a sudden? Here. Quadri guppies. You can't get the sound back. What? All it says is encrypted message? Oh, here we go. Okay, I put a comment in. Okay. All right. Um, yeah, you know, it might be in my tablet documents folder. Let's see, documents. No. No, it was none. Cool. Let's go back to where am I supposed to go? Uh, it's not here. Here, I'm gonna see if I can find it in these DMs. Search. Nope. Um. Search. Oh, where is this? Oh, oh, here we go. There's the location list. There's a Fifth Street. By the way, I'm gonna have you make all the landmarks and stuff like that. Can I search in your DMs though? Search. Search? How come I cannot search in your DMs? Files. Meeting? Find it here. No. Come on. Oh, where are you? Son of a gun. Where is this? No. B word. Thanks. For whatever it was. Stop trying to do that. Ah! Oh my god, Element, stop doing that. Search for the freaking thing. Nope, not in here. Tablet's gonna die here. And say roads. And I can't find it. It's ridiculous. How come I can't search your DMs? So dumb. Oh, here we go.
Alexa, notifying of a CNN message.
What's the internet?
He's just asking Alexa to read the latest notifications and Mrs. Clark. Mrs. Clark. 2026. 2026. That's 8:26 p.m. in 24-hour time. And in fact, he actually recorded that video just 5 minutes 5 minutes ago. So it was pretty. That was pretty quick that he made that and uploaded it. So yeah, he got through that pretty quickly.
Okay. What's the other road? Wait, what? Yeah, this road is Council Road 56. The next one you're gonna do is Dresden Road.
Well, Grasdon Road. Well, that'll actually give me some ideas to name some of the local roads that I'm going to be adding.
Yeah, but this next one you're doing right now is Council Road 356.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to turn county roads into interstates.
Well, you state that it is well, no, because
Well, as I mean, it's actually a subsidiary. I mean, I've seen people call it uh, highway. Let's see. I think I've seen one that call it highway, freeway. I think I saw one that called it as freeway.
ways.
Pathway. I've
E. E. 356.
That's short, yeah.
Ways.
Well, in his universe, that is. But in my Minecraft universe, we still use the standard U.S. interstate, the standard interstate labels.
Okay. Decimal numbers for it.
I don't even know if we should do hexadecimals for these expressways.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't do. Yeah, the U.S. doesn't do decimals for interstates or any highway at all whatsoever. The only time they use decimals is for mileposts. That's the only time.
Do that. That's not a big problem. You know, let's do decimals for highway or pathway number or no. Yeah. Pathway numbers, decimal, exit numbers, hexadecimal. Okay, there. We straightened it out now.
Pretty much.
Only to be easier.
Yep. Can't get any easier than that.
You can actually display this strings in like C++ program. You know what? I'll do that. I'm gonna actually add some more roads. I'll make a
He's adding more roads to for my universe.
I'll just transform. So which ones did you want now?
Let's see.
Because I'm gonna add it to the Zeeland County Roads document. Here, hold on. Planfold roads.
This is gonna be good.
Which one did? Okay, so we already got
So let's see.
pathway
356. Then what else? We got Pathway 383, Pathway 289, Pathway 10. Okay. Then
Gonna have P383. Okay, and then P289.
yep.
Now, what do you want to call the local highways?
Let's see. I've actually named a lot of them out of Bubble Guppy's characters already.
Oh my god.
Let's see. One of them, what was it? Nani Road.
There's another.
There's an Una Road too. They interest.
Road.
And I even gave the Bubble Guppies characters their own namesake bridge as well. That's right. Una got her bridge. Nani got his bridge. Gobi got his bridge. Molly got her bridge. Gil got his bridge.
Gil?
That's right. In my version of Chicago.
Gil? It's gonna be this fantastic. It's all done. This is a big project.
Or in the Guppies universe, Fantastic.
Okay, Gil Bridge. What else?
Let's see. There's Gobi Bridge.
Please spell that. B.
As in Goby. That's how his name is spelled on the show. Sounds good. This is gonna be good. Let's see. What else did I name? What else did I name it?
Gil Bridge. Okay. Where do you want these bridges at? You want them on the pathway roads or the local roads?
I did.
Idea. What's called like the highway roads, like the local highways, local roads, or LRs.
Yeah, LR roads.
Local roads. Because they're still pretty lengthy, even though they're technically highways in a sense, but they're just local highways. Like, you know how like there's like Michigan 37, like M37, like that kind of.
Yeah, where part of it's a expressway type format, and
Yeah.
in fact, Palatine Road, interestingly enough, is I guess I could say junior expressway format where there are exits that come out of it that turn into the turning lanes, which I find pretty neat.
Local roads. I know there's already 90 roads.
I think I did a Gobi Boulevard at one point. Oh goodness.
This number is going to be what do you want Nani like our local road number for Nani?
Let's give him a 289.
Is that his favorite number?
No, not necessarily. Well, no, it's not. Well, we don't know what his favorite number is. There were just.
LR 289. You said Nani or Una? It was Nani, wasn't it?
Yeah, I gave Nani 289.
Okay.
Una's number will be 105.
LR 105. 105. Local Road 105. Oh, no, bro. I'm trying to remember, I even have any accent. Blanco? I thought they talk like in Jalen County. You have to talk like this. It's really, really cool, but really weird.
Yeah, cool and weird at the same time.
What's the Gilbridge exit mark?
Oh my goodness.
Whatever it is.
The exit number.
That's for you.
Let's see. Oh my goodness. For just give him exit number 12.
Which is be on?
This will be 105. Oh no, Una has 105 already, so we'll give him 205.
This is unnamed, of course. And I'll just say with Local Road 205 with Gilbridge, and this exit number
12.
is 12, and I'll actually it's B, exit 0xB, and all right, there we go. Okay, that's done. And Gobi Bridge, where's that at?
Let's have it at exit 30 on that little highway.
205.
Yeah, on the 205.
Gobi Bridge. Gobi Bridge. Exit 0x 1E. Okay. Yep, that's what it is. All right, there you go.
Yep. There's a little concept, I guess, of my roads in his universe.
Yes, indeed. See what? To this down here. Any other roads that intersect each other in this giant county?
In this giant county.
Too. So
Let's give Molly her own road. Yep.
What?
Let's number her 89.
Okay, so be in the center part of Jalen County, near grasslands. So let's just say that, and then Molly Road. Hold on. LR 89. And you know what? Screw it. I'm actually going to intersect. Intersects with. Oh, actually, no. Hold on. LR 89 and 289. Hold on. Oh. 289 intersects. So how is this going to work? Is 289 or LR 289 is going to intersect 200 exits in,
which is probably going to be about the length of this looping expressway.
Yeah. Which is the last exit, I think, is what we're trying to say. What was calculated? We don't have the calculator and calculate the actual XS1 number. Come on. Don't do 200. All right, C8, CRX C8. All right, there you go. That way I can add an extra 200 miles to it, or whatever the heck, 200 units of road length.
Yep.
All right, what else? Now, there's gonna, like I said, the Tito Amari, actually no, Dresden Road is the street that goes from Grasdale to Local Road 89. Let's do this. Dresden Road. Let's see. The road that goes to goes from, excuse me, downtown GRI, also known as Grasdale Riviera intersection, to LR 89. Or yeah. The next road, Tito Amari Road, that's actually in Eggenbron County, but that's like way north of freaking Galen County. It gets a lot of snow up there, but there's also some summer months as well. Like it's weird because like summer only lasts like one Earth month, and that's it. Not that much happens up there. Summer months is not that long. So yeah.
So if there are going to be any public pools
Yeah.
open up, or if anyone ends up putting a pool in that backyard in that universe, good luck, because you're only going to get a month of use out of it before it starts getting cooler down there again, or up there, whatever. And of course, as I've talked about already, Nani really loves the summer months when it's hot and all
but
that.
she can't go there. Well, the only county she can go to is either Legion or Eggenbrock County, because those are the beach county. Either that, or she can go to Jasmine County on the eastern part of the continent. So, Tita Lamari Road. This is also a highway, I think, but it's a couple lengths away from, like a lot of lengths away from Jolson, Maine. It's a little bit shorter highway, and it stops at 289.
Yeah, that's where it terminates.
Yep, it stops at LR 289. I don't know how many exits it has though. Let's say about 300, or no, 1,200, or no, 1,000 exits. There we go.
There's no way my interstates are gonna go past 1,000, unless I get really crazy and create another looping interstate like that. Sure, I guess.
The south again.
Oh yeah, 400 exits it is.
Stupid road. All right, Giola Road. This actually goes west then south. It's really weird. It's a beach road actually. Giola Road. Okay, where does this go? It's actually, you know what? Giola Road is actually going to be the beachfront road. and has its own number, also known as I think the pathway 350. We'll say that. We'll say 350 for Gila Road. Starts at the center of Eggenbrough. Then turns south into all the way down to Fenron Stow Park in our tour. There we go. That's better. That's better. All right. I got most of the roads. Now, Humden Road. Oh, geez. This is a short road. It actually is a really weird one. It's a humdinger. Humden Road. I think actually, yeah, it's actually a road that's actually located between Greston Road and Jolson Main. So it's like right smack down in the middle of there somewhere. So it's really, really weird how this works. Let's describe. It also leads to beach fronts and also and is the road that lets you, well, no, the road that has you enter Edinburgh County. This is a human settlement county, by the way. Edinburgh is. So a lot of people are going to speak a southern accent there.
So this is great. Humans and landmines coexisting in his universe.
Well, humans, landmines, and a couple of other special features. Foxes.
Yeah, yeah, and foxes too.
Aliens and people.
And animals.
And deer cervines.
Servines. So pretty much almost the same animals that we have here in the real world. Except with some extraterrestrial, yeah, with some extraterrestrial creatures. I had actually, for several nights, I had been dreaming of what it would be like if the bubble guppies were actually in the real world. No, no, I had just been picturing what it would have been like if the bubble guppies were actually with me in the real world. Yeah, because of how cute they were. Because if I remember, I saw a post a few days ago. In fact, it was over the weekend. What was it? One Mikey 19, I think it was. Yeah, he actually used ChatGPT to turn himself into a Bubble Guppies character. Oh boy.
Here, here's your list. Okay, I can't think of any other roads. Oh wait, no, one more road. Rowland Road.
Rowan. Rowan County in North Carolina. Rowland.
Yup. And
Yeah, not the ROWLING road in Roselle. Not that.
nope, nope. This road intersects. Where? This road intersects. Actually, this is a highway. You know what? Also known as well, let's just give it the number pathway 391. Okay, there we go. Intersects Grisden Road, and it actually goes southeast. And goes southeast to Rowland Park. And there's going to be another road that I'm going to describe here that goes to Jasmine County. This one will be called Jeslot Road.
Jezla.
I'll make it fun. Jeslo Road. Oh, actually, no. Jesma. That's a better name.
Jesmont Road. Kind of almost sounds similar to Lamont Road that goes Jesmont.
That goes east from Rowland Lake and Park. Well, actually, Lake Park and Spaceship Port, which features the Foz Fountain. A couple other landmarks here.
Cool, he's putting water fountains in his world. I mean, I put a few water fountains in my world.
It actually goes 3,000. Oh wait, yeah, because it's a really because Jalen County is a big county, but Jasmine County is a little smaller. Exits in to Jasmine County. There you go. Okay, I'm done with this freaking list. I can't think of anything else. Anything else, Plambo?
Oh, I can't think of any more.
No, I can't. I'm sorry.
Well, I have an Elkhart Boulevard in my Minecraft universe.
What is it?
Elkhart Boulevard,
Oh,
named after
Boulevard.
named after the little town in Indiana near the Michigan border. Yeah, for those who actually remember, I was there last August. Yeah, at the New York Central Railroad Museum, and I did a rope.
People in what?
So that's perfect. So I guess I chose a perfect name for that then.
Actually, Jalen's cousins, apparently. His cousin Giovanni is actually a elf.
An L.
Jermaine.
That's how it's spelled.
Jermaine. Yeah. Okay, what else? Elkhart Boulevard. What is this intersect? God, I'm gonna figure out any. Because this is gonna be so confusing after it's all done, finished. Yeah, trees that are on that planet right now are over 2,000 feet tall. and really, really fast.
That's pretty much the description of those landmine creatures.
No, the tree.
Oh, the trees there.
Yeah, they're some of them are really skinny, some of them are quite fat. So they're weird looking.
Very, very weird looking.
Yeah. And when a thunderstorm comes, if a tree starts swaying, it takes about 15 or 20 seconds for it to go back to its original position.
So it's the tree
If
that.
not more.
So it's the tree that fixes itself.
Yeah, like if it's like swaying or something like that, it just go back to its original position. It takes 20 solid seconds for it to go back. That's how long it takes.
Unlike for the trees here on Earth, if the winds are like too strong, then it's not going to be able to go back to its original position. It's just gonna fall over.
Trees. It could survive 300, 400 mile per hour winds. It can survive an earth tornado.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we've been seeing. I mean, there have been a few. There actually was a tornado in Florida this morning too, near Tallahassee.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those who weren't following the weather coverage this morning. Well, we weren't on. Well, that actually happened before we even came on the air this afternoon. In fact, I did get all of those tornado warnings from Tallahassee live as they were issued, and oh man, wonder what the all we're waiting for now are the final readings for that, but we're just gonna wait a bit, and then the weather service will go out and survey the damage, and we'll see what the readings are. But man, I mean, this past week has been very active in terms of in terms of weather stuff. I mean, we had severe weather in Georgia to start off the week last week, and then what happened on Tuesday? Oh, whatever. Well, whatever happened on Tuesday, leading up to the high risk on Wednesday in Arkansas, Tennessee, continuing into Thursday, then Friday, and then finally ending on Saturday, going into Alabama and Georgia Sunday, had a little more today. And now I think this should be the end of it. This time I believe it should be the end of it. Because now there's only a small marginal risk in the Miami area for tomorrow. And then I think I saw the day 3 of it being absolutely nothing. So meaning we should have a perfectly normal weekly Wednesday this week. Or at least I hope so. So, but yeah, we weren't able to do Roblox last week. Well, we were able to do some of it, but not all of it, because of that catch-up game I had to. Because all the catch-up I had to play, especially Wednesday, it was peak catch-up. Because we were still on the air until about 2:30 a.m. playing catch-up with everything. But now everything is final. Now all those severe weather compilations are finally done, and set number 2 is just about fully done premiering, or it has already finished premiering as we speak. And of course, we'll have another set tomorrow, and then nothing on Wednesday. And then Thursday will be the largest one of the whole set, number 16. Friday will be 17, 18, and 19. Then 20, 21, and today's 22 will then premiere that Saturday. And I'll make room for this week's test video on the Sunday. On that Sunday. Then we should be able to have everything all set and done by then, so. So for my count, this I believe should be the second to last interstate that we need to dig up for this side. Yeah, for this side, this is the second to last interstate. But then we still got one more over on the other side that we gotta do. And then we can start digging up the roads, getting them in their final places. We'll see how far we get with that this week before we have to stop so we can play catch up with everything else from tonight. And then, of course, get ready for what I call the Verizon Mania Head Start, which I'm sure you all know what that is. Basically, just have all the Verizons on just to see which one is going to get their weekly in before the main extravaganza on Wednesday morning. Oh, those have been a lot of fun. And then, of course, the very next morning, as I've been talking about at the beginning of the show, I'll get back to work on a sort of conceptual HTML document to sort of replace my Google site. I mean, I just started working on it today, and it's going to be a while before it's fully finished, so. Because of course, there's still some quirks I need to take care of. Ah, there we go. The audio's crackling on my phone again. It's always done that on the YouTube app for some reason. I don't know why it's been doing that. Hopefully that issue will be addressed when I get a new phone later this year. As I've been talking about already, I'm considering the 16E, which is Apple's new budget phone, that apparently has a much longer battery life than the standard 16 and the 16, and then the rest of the 16 lineup. The 16 Plus, 16 Pro, and Pro Max. Yeah, those. Yeah, my parents are playing catch up on Celebrity Jeopardy. I mean, they've been falling behind on the competition. They have yet to watch. I believe they've just got done watching the eighth quarterfinal. I believe they're on quarterfinal 9. Yeah, I believe they're on quarterfinal 9 right now. Then they got last week's first semifinal match to take care of. Semifinal week 2 will be semifinal match number 2 will be on Wednesday night. Then the following Wednesday will be the third and final semifinal match. So then, with that being considered, Monday the 21st will be the finale of Celebrity Jeopardy for this year. And then the Wednesday after that, the 30th, will actually be the start of this year's Jeopardy Masters competition, at least from what I've heard. And Celebrity Wheel of Fortune will also be returning in the rotation. The search then we'll find out. Is Seacrest going to take over Wheel of Fortune as a whole? Or is Pat Sajak still going to be on the celebrity shows, considering that they were recorded prior to his retirement? But I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure we'll find out very soon. And a CLA. Damn it! I almost mentioned his old name. He's now in Imperial County. Yes, it's gonna take me some time before I even remember these new names. But anyway, he just uploaded the stuff from this weekend, all the weeklies and stuff. KSL. Oh, we could get KCBS physically now. KXXY, KFWN, KKAM, the Amber Alert, which I got live last night. And that's it. And of course, the NWR relays, too. I already got it over cap, so I didn't need the NWR relay of that, so. And I'm not even going to be changing my mind because the videos have already been finalized. Huh, how did this block not get destroyed after we built this, after we dug up this road? And there's my collection of Root Place going out of business commercials. Oh, Barney the Cockatoo! I never got a chance to watch it. Well, of course, because of Wheel of Fortune. So let's see what the heck this crazy cockatoo is up to tonight, or was up to tonight. As I was talking about earlier in the week, the only thing I understand out of these birds is nothing but gibberish. That is without the subtitles. Yeah, that is without the subtitles.
Bag of stuff? Let me see.
where he mocks the telephone. Where he mocks the telephone.
I've not heard of it for a couple years. Push some buttons.
It's just a bunch of lights. And there's Savage's hand dryer collection. Episode 85. My goodness, 85 episodes of that thing.
Disco balls. On fire.
Alright, next road. Well, actually, before we get to that, I got one more thing I would like to add on to this mayhem of things. Yeah, I guess it only shows up when I'm in a game. But this is it right here. Alright, here is the last interstate that we need to sort of prep construction for. I made this 4 lanes wide. We're gonna keep this elevated.
TTHC detector, mile 118.0, watered down.
I probably too should also take down what songs I've cleared to go onto Plainfield. Let's see. So those are the songs I've cleared immediately to air. Well, to go onto WPLD radio.
TTHC detector, mile 118.0, watered down.
Make sure that I've lined it up correctly. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. Don't think I can move it. Watch out, game is no longer paused.
TTHC detector, mile 118.0, watered down. TTHC detector, mile 118.0, down. TTHC detector, mile 118.0, watered 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 down.
All right, let's see. How many roads are left? Let's see, 4. Well, it doesn't look like we have too many roads left to dig up now. We don't have, so yeah, we don't have too many roads left, so. All right. I think we just have these 3 left. Yep, we've just got these 3 left. All right, all the roads are almost properly connected now. So now we just need to let's get one of them extended, and then I'm gonna go munch on some popcorn and that stuff. And I'm thinking about the swiftness potion that makes things faster. Yeah, that makes things go much faster. Yeah, the swiftness that makes things go faster. So, and there's still more to this little song. It seems like the roads are coming out brilliantly on his part. Yeah, and actually, one more thing, and I just realized it too. We didn't get to the construction of these other roads yet. I wonder what you found.
It contains capability. Well, Chicago signal that. People never want to tune.
People never want to tune to.
Someone, 9/11. Want to. But I need to find an idle tone that works. Hey, I'm gonna go Plainfield. I'll see you.
All right. All right then. And look at that, right on par. Right on par with the end of it. I enjoyed it. Thank you very much for the survey that I didn't really need. Okay, so we are making quite some progress here. So all the roads on this side now are fully laid out, except the only thing we need to do with them now is build their bridges. But right now I want to get to, but right now let's focus on the main part, which is actually building the rest of this expressway, and then we'll get on to the other stuff, like building the bridges and, of course, putting up the signs and everything like that. So, and then of course this is the next part we need to take care of, extending whatever this other road's going to be, and Interstate 21. Well, that part of 21. So, I was kind of thinking doing the same thing, like I have with 67 and 902 over in Lakeland. Doing a sort of extension, you know, they'll have like one be express lanes and then another be local lanes. I was thinking that format. Well, I'll think about it further. But with that said, I think it's time for me to go to go munch on some popcorn, because I don't even know if the dinner was actually good enough for me or not. So we're gonna take a commercial break here, and then when we return, we should have about an hour and a half left, or maybe we'll allow an hour because of how much stuff we have here. We'll see. We'll do an hour and a half. I'll think about it. So. And then when we come back, we'll, again, like I said, we have an hour and a half left after that. And when we return, we will continue the construction project. We'll see how far we get. And then that should take us to the end for this week. So we got that and more as our Minecraft show will resume in a moment. Okay. Alright, what else happened? Ooh, I see some other ones there. Neat. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's continue on now with this construction project that we have been doing I guess all day today. So as we get back to work here, let me catch you all up to speed with where we stand on this project at the present moment. So, when we last so when we were last here a couple weeks ago, we mostly got started on the extensions of these local roads. You know, the little connecting roadways that are going to be essential to connecting this new interstate. So, we did most of the extension work. And I was thinking as I was coming back from my break, coming out of my break, I was thinking that maybe some point off camera, after we get the bridges built, I'll just I'll find some time during the week to write down the street names, get the street names written down. And with the puzzle that my mother is almost finished with, some good news. That is the good news. But, however, the bad news is that I heard she wants to do another one. And I was actually thinking maybe move that table out of the living room, put it in the family room, so she can have some space to work while I can get to recording episodes of this year's Bowling Train. So that's what I was thinking. I think that I think is a good idea. But I don't think I'm that strong enough to handle just a table on my own. But because I mean that thing requires multiple people. So, but also before I mute some good news about this weekend. So this weekend we will be able to do the NWR streams, and of course we'll still be able to do the county requests. So we're still up for those as of right now. But like I said, the only thing that would be affected would be the Street View video. But as I had said, I had already done the Street View video in advance because this week is the 150th episode special of the series. And then beginning throughout July, we'll be premiering some longer Street View videos. And I was thinking of something else too to fill in, because the other two that are going to be going up are not really tied to Street Viewing Chicagoland. They're essentially remasters of the 400 subscriber special. So what I was thinking instead is do Street Viewing Street Viewing Illinois Route 47. That was actually the first thing I had in mind when I started playing Utopia Dreams over and over and over again, and considering how soothing that song really sounded. And it was actually that one section in rural Illinois that actually tied it all together very well. Particularly the two of the same power line towers, almost from the same power grid in Bristol, Illinois. Because looking from a distance from Raging Waves Water Park, I could actually see the power station where the two power lines intersect. However, unfortunately, I can't really see the Mendota subdivision from there, as much as I would have liked to. But But trains really are stopped on that bridge and on that bridge over Route 47 and whatnot, most likely waiting for clearance. So if I expect a Southwest Chief, well, the only thing that really would be moving would be Amtrak, because it would take forever for the freights to come through. But now that I was actually thinking about something else too. When I made there was actually a video I made a long time ago. Let's see if it's still in my recommended. I don't think it's there. Why are there stuff from my other computers? Oh, it's probably because it was tied into the Microsoft account. Oh, yes, here we go. Here's the following question. It was actually a... Yeah, I decided to get... I decided to get a little wild. There was actually some other members of my my family that used to live down the road in Oswego. You may remember, you actually might remember Oswego because we actually just recently did, not last week, but a couple weeks ago, we did the street view video of Plainfield, Mill, and Kennedy roads. We actually did 3 roads in one, making it a triple feature, something that we haven't done in the history of the show before, so I thought I'd try something different. As I mean, we did a double feature with I-57 and the Mormon Expressway and I-94 and 355. So I thought, why don't we try a triple feature for a change? And I think it turned out pretty well. It turned out pretty good. I'm very pleased with the result. So I guess I'm thinking I might keep the series going for another 50 episodes, but that's... Now, considering that we're getting close to the end of all those local Chicago roads... Oh yeah, we still got to do the outbound portions of all of them, so... As I said, we'll get to them all when we'll get to all of them when we get there. When we get to that point. To that particular point in time. So, as I was watching the Target... it was actually... Well, actually, let me explain about the video, because I kind of went off topic. So, it's actually a... let's see. So, it was actually a... It's actually comprised of 6 clips. It's actually a video... It's actually a short video that's comprised of 6 different clips. Yeah, it's of 6 different clips of this. I don't know where they got it from, but it is actually I believe it's a metal Target truck toy that I randomly came across. And they also have a Yamaha keyboard, the same keyboard that I played that Star Wars, that has the Star Wars theme as part of the samples. So, and I believe I filmed it Memorial Day 2018. I believe that's when I remember I recorded it. And I remember that same day too, we actually had Overwise ice cream afterwards. Well, essentially the basis of these little, the idea of these little videos is just pushing the Target truck off the Yamaha piano as the wheels are just pressing the keys as it goes from right to left on the keyboard itself, looking at an aerial view. The first, in fact, the majority of the clips were actually recorded on the truck itself, and then... Actually, the first 3 were recorded on the truck itself, 4 of which turned out pretty good, but then 2 of them failed, and the last clip came out the best. I really enjoyed making that. And I was kind of thinking twice about maybe putting it on my channel too, considering how much fun that is. But I don't know how much of a good idea that would be, considering how much fun it was. What else? So yeah, 6 clips in total. The first half was actually in normal speed, and then the other 3 were recorded in slow motion. Although only one video got like an external view of the truck actually falling, and it was great hearing the piano keys as the truck was pushed. Ah, that's great. Yeah, I really enjoyed making that, but and then I was also thinking, you know what? It could have been an amazing experience if I actually got to see. I mean, I actually liked their basement. They had like a little home theater and a bar combined. Haven't got to check out their new house yet, but I would love to someday. So, so, uh, so yeah, that's how much fun that little round of videos were to make. So, that's that. I guess that goes to show how great how. I mean, even back then, I was still pretty crazy with the kind of stuff I would make, but now I'm actually trying to more serious about what I be more serious about what I create here. Huh. I guess I guess that must be its new game mode. It actually shows me the messages. I don't know why I didn't do that the first time, but that's interesting. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting now that I got to see that feature in action. So, but yeah, I mean the Mendota subdivision right there. I could have easily seen on the Amtrak's, and well, of course, it's not in Metro territory because Aurora is just a bit down the line. So that thing would unfortunately this part the Oswego is unfortunately outside of Metro territory. But of course, Aurora is where the Aurora and Mendota subdivisions both split, as the Mendota continues its way to Galesburg to become the Atama subdivision, and then the Aurora subdivision continues on its own through Rochelle. I still kind of feel bad that I missed a race. I could have played the rail cam on my phone, but I wanted to save battery power on it so I could, because I was listening to music on the way there, on the way to Global 3. Or we could have just skipped the big boy and went to the rail park and just watched all the trains go by. That would have been pretty nice, but unfortunately, But either way, I'm still proud of the result that I got, so. But it was overall a very bittersweet return to Rochelle after so long. I would love to go back and maybe make it an actual maybe actually make it one of my regular row fanning destinations as part of the new format. I mean, considering that the summer class is taking the place of the driving, because I was hoping, as I said, I was hoping I would get my license this year, but unfortunately, that's not going to be happening now. That's going to wait till next year when I finish college. So, so then that's why I announced earlier. That's why I announced last week that Plainfield TV will continue. So now I am looking to keep it going until the end of severe weather season next year. So we're looking to officially retire it at some point in October of next year. So we're looking to retire it in October of next year when I get my when I actually end up getting my job. So a full-time job. Because as I said, with full-time jobs, I I will most likely not have enough time, to even do a stream like this. Or, if I end up having a day off, I'll just, maybe if I have a day off, I'll just pick a row fanning location at random, depending on how the weather is. So, I'll kind of do like a little I'll do as I've said, I'll do row fanning season, I'll do it like seasonal. I'll particularly wait till, the weather's warm and whatnot. If there is good enough weather, then maybe I can, maybe I will, end up being somewhere in the Chicagoland area. Who knows where? Who knows? Maybe next I'll end up in Downers Grove, or I'll end up in Western Springs again, or maybe I'll finally end up in Elmhurst. Who knows where my row fanning adventure will take me next? Who knows where my next row fanning adventure is going to be? But one thing's for sure, there's going to be a lot more of that coming. And yes, by the end of 2026, that is when the national EAS format is also set to be discontinued. So all of that stuff that I had announced, the whole national EAS thing, that will now continue until the end of next year. So we're looking to retire. So I mean, we'll be phasing it out in separate parts. So after after severe weather season I'll retire it in mid-November. So national EAS then. So this will be phased out in multiple parts. So October 26th is when Plainfield TV would be retired, and then the all EAS format will then be retired in November. But of course, that would then leave all original programming. But I mean, this doesn't mean I'll be stopping EAS content, though. The only sort of EAS content really that I'd be making are for, the only exception to the whole national EAS thing would be for higher level products, like for example, flash flood emergencies or tornado emergencies or PDS tornado warnings. Only those I would get. And no, this will not affect WPLD IP radio, as that will continue. As that will actually continue for anybody who even cares. So, if anybody wants to get anything off of my station, then sure, that's fine. But as I said, I still have I still have a lot of time to decide the future of my channel and my life post Plainfield TV when we eventually retire it. And when we end up retiring it. Yeah, it's not a matter of if now, it's a matter of when we'll be retiring it. As I mean, that date has already been decided, so So again, I'm looking to shut down Plainfield TV in October of next year, then discontinue the all EAS format, national EAS format in November, and then from there on out, only get significant products like PDS tornado warnings, flash flood emergencies, destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, and that stuff. So that meaning from there on out, everything else national wise would be ignored. The only things that will continue will be local. So it'll be local EAS stuff only. So it'd be local EAS stuff only going forward from there as well. So meaning everything from Milwaukee, so all of Milwaukee, all of Chicago, the Quad Cities, St. Louis, Paducah, Lincoln, and Northern Indiana. So only portions of all of Illinois and only portions of surrounding states I will cover. So that will mean I'll only cover northern. So that means from there I'll only cover the immediate local. So Northern Indiana, Chicago, Lincoln. So yeah, Northern Indiana, Chicago, Lincoln, Quad Cities, Milwaukee, and Paducah, St. Louis, Quad Cities. Yeah, those areas. So those will be the only areas I would monitor from that point on out. And then, of course, if there's nothing going on in those areas, that and then, of course, I'll still get the weeklies, and maybe I'll continue the national weeklies. I'll still get all the weeklies off of NWR from coast to coast. Currently, I'm looking to deprecate that as well completely, but again, it's entirely up to me if that's going to happen or not. So, if that's the case, that would mean Verizon Mania would be discontinued. The auto test would also be discontinued as well. So, meaning I would no longer get any of the automated tests and everything like that. So, and then I did hear about a recent change in plans of our vacation this year, but we are still planning on taking a hiatus from EAS content during this period of time. As I had originally anticipated. And then just like with but then of course, the original content and the Street View videos, those will of course continue unless I decide to end that series with Plainfield TV. So by the time I conclude Plainfield TV, we will already be well into the second season of 5th Grader. I'm looking to run that for only 3 seasons. So I'll only run 3 seasons of 5th Grader to accommodate for the 400 episodes, the 400 episode threshold. But I was also thinking of maybe turning the weather scan into or keeping the Plainfield TV name alive. Or just rebrand the weather scan to Joliefield TV. And from there, only air our original content and only that. With, of course, some weather scan elements mixed in as well, so. So that idea has just been brought to light, but it's going to be some time, before I fully make that, choice. So So yeah, that's what the future looks like going forward. But let's focus on the present right now. So yeah, we kind of really ventured off the beaten path, didn't we? Anyway, yeah, that's enough talking. Let's get back to work here. Okay, so we're gonna do one more. We're gonna dig up one more road. I'm gonna go ahead and close up Economy Walk for tonight. Put this into dark mode. Dark. Here we go. Dark. Okay. So we're gonna do one more. So we're gonna dig up one more road, and then we will stop. And then we're gonna stop for this week. And then when we return on next week's show, we're gonna dig up the rest of the roads. We're gonna dig up the rest of the local roads, and we will finish this side of the project. And then we're not gonna build the bridges just yet for the interstate. We're just gonna move on to the next part of the road, and we're just gonna move on to the next part, which is then focusing on the other side. Yeah, which is then focusing on the other side. Where some of the work had already been done in previous weeks. So yeah, we're gonna do one more road, then we're stopping. So we can play catch up with all those products. Hopefully the signal will be better next week. Yeah, next time when we come back here. All right, back over for the last road we're doing today. It thinks I have swiftness 2. Yep. I'll have some more fun with that song after we go off the air. Alright, so let's dig these last pieces. Okay, so there we go. That's it. That is a good place to stop. So let's go ahead and teleport the computer player back to the starting position. And we'll shut down the server. And there we go. That is it then. Okay, we have some catching up to do, so let's get to it. And that Lewis County thing I got live. XMB, we'll have to go back on that separately. Like I said, we're going to do all of that right now. I'm going to keep it plugged into the charger in case anything else happens. Well, just so it can charge up so I can do the whatever I want to do tonight. Okay. So, first things first, let me send over the recording of the American Samoa iPause test to the iPad. Let's also check and see if any more Comcast weeklies have happened since we were on the air. Looks like no. Okay. I'm assuming Cox, it's the same story. Yep, as I expected. Okay. So the tablet has the recordings. Let me flip the iPhone background to the Una nighttime background and flip it to dark mode. And live on the Play-Doh. Actually, let me restart the stream. Well, actually, I don't have to restart the app. I can just go to another stream and then press back. I can just go to another stream and then press back. Go back to the previous video. There we go. Okay, that should be fixed now. Let me mute the speaker. I'm going to turn the mouse off so that thing doesn't come up. Yep, just in case it did. Okay, here we go. I'm going to adjust the volume too. Alright, here we go. Up first, WXMB. Look at that. Right as we get started with that, MVG starts Monopoly. Perfect. So they're actually up for Monopoly this week. That's good to know. Actually, I think there was a slight glitch at the beginning, so let me start it over. And let me acknowledge all the other loggers. And I'm actually going to make this easier by using direct touch, so I can just directly scroll on the screen. Yeah, you can see it thinks it's a touch screen now, but it's not. Alright, this is the next one on the list. And if there is a better relay, I'll replace it with that. Okay, that's all it's got. Is there a better relay? I think there is. Let's see, how long is this one? Yep, this one should be NWR. Okay, this one's NWR, so we'll do that. Go ahead and put in the Tuesday auto test. And I believe I saw one though. I believe I saw one or two of them test during this period of time. So this will finish up Alabama. This is the current confirmed section. So this is to so hopefully we'll be able to get Monopoly done before midnight tonight. I'm gonna wait for everything to finish. All right, and this one's MNet again. This one's also MNet. Is there a better relay than that? No, there isn't. Okay. All right. So I guess we'll have to deal with what we have. And I will not restart the station until we are caught up with everything. All right. And now we go to the next one. There we go. I'm going to check the other ones and see if there's better relays and these. Actually, I'm not even going to bother going back on these if they glitch out because. Oh, it looks like we actually have a state. Oh, it looks like WWOF actually takes a lot of this stuff too. I didn't know that. So then I guess I could add. So it looks like the only other weekly is from MLS. And then I think that's the last one. Well, let's take a look and see. Let's see. Um, Whatever Easy Coco is. There. Just Isabella. Okay, I'm not sure if that's weekly spam or not. I see there's a few more that I miss. So I'll go back on that when we're done here. So you gonna Neil, are you ready? Well, so much for not making mistakes. Okay, let's do NWS Charleston instead. We can wing it. Okay. I think it's John. I think it's John, and I think it's Josh. And now here's the Mr. Monopoly, Jason Myers.
And the host of Monopoly,
He actually did it right this time.
the tingles and the jingles. No, I'm gonna tell you Father so much, but no, I put Ned on the spot on that one. Thank you very much for jumping in there, Ned, and doing that. Finish Travis Cocker doesn't know his place. Now, in you know, turn flavors in here, ready. Last time that we were here on episode 20, we had one of our greatest champions of all time, Scott McVeigh, was finally defeated, and he was defeated by this man. He is returning to us as our champion. He's going to $13,573. Welcome back, our red player, Mr. John Beckman.
Hey.
As we said the last time that you were here, you won the championship. You took down a 7-time champion, McVeigh, who was just for the season, just a smidge under $900,000, and you were able to slay that dragon. How does it feel knowing that you were able to do that? I still amazing. I've seen him here on Monopoly, so I'm going to, bring him down. I know that's the right thing to do. The first thing goes to finish, so I'm waiting for that all play over games. He's going to play inside by I think we definitely appreciate that. Yes, you did a fantastic job. Like, yeah, you mentioned it tonight. To see if you can start a running line. You've got any loaded computers that you're going up against. How are you feeling coming into the scout?
Yeah, they're getting really good on every login that I need to add. But we're gonna do it piece by piece after I go through my login. We're gonna deal with John, we're gonna deal with then we're gonna deal with KLT, and that should be
$7,365. Coming back for his second appearance this season on Monopoly Art in America is Mr. Joshua Freshman Fielder. Joshua Woody. It's good to have you back here as well.
all right. Well, that one now. That's the same thing, isn't it? Because we just did that one. Yeah. I don't know why this delayed a second time, but we don't need it. Okay, here's the next one.
They should make a game show called that.
Okay. And how did this one turn out? This one came out much better. Yep, wants to make it to the finale. So let's see. So June 2nd currently looks like it's going to be the finals. That's not David yet, but there goes. Or it could be sooner if they decide to do a second Monopoly Night in America Friday.
Joshua, as we go over to our contestant, he is our game player coming back for his time here on the show this season. He's currently in 14th place overall with a total of 3.
Yes, they can.
To the stage, Mr. Challenger.
Okay.
Not in America. I was there. Yes, you were not carried Gilly, and it's currently in 15th place overall in the season. But here's the good news: you are only, let's say, 2,000, roughly like $2,900 behind ninth place overall. So if you could have a good showing tonight, and you've gotten close to that in an episode before, then you could actually find yourself in the top 9. What do you feel about that? Anything is absolutely possible. Yes. Again, so much of well, so much of this game comes down to the timing, the questions hitting you in the right spot, and of course the lightning quick on that day. So we will see the best Eric here, Doug, and you can make him ready into not only the top 9, but you can take down Giant. So ladies and gentlemen, those are our contestants this evening. And of course, as we are getting ready to get into our game here, I just wanted to quickly out there in the live chat and welcome Dylan as always. Cody, thanks for being here. Let's see, he's watching as well as being inside of MBG currently. I see someone doing by the name of Maggie say Jeff is out there. First time I've seen your name. Welcome. Good to have you here this evening. And anyone else? Let's see, Tony. Good to have you here. Anyone else that is that I just don't see you there. Thank you for being here tonight as we get ready to play our game. So first we're going to start with a quick buzzer check. So John, if you'll buzz in. Fantastic. Joshua. Excellent. Gary. And there we go. We've got 3 buzz-ins. Which means we are ready to play. So let's get to it as we start with the acquisition phase of our game. So first place, we're going to be making one complete trip around the board here, stopping at each individual property. And as you line that property, there's a dollar amount. Get your question correct and get the question correct. If you guys ain't fast enough, you will get that dollar amount hanging into your bank. Get it wrong, however, and you will lose that amount. If nobody's able to get the question correct, we will cut the property dollar in half one time and one time only until someone does eventually get the question correct. If once we make it through all of the properties in that color group, if someone owns them all, then we will give them some extra special value and turn those properties. If it's owned by multiple players, we'll have a showdown round to find out who will take that property group. So that being said, let's get to it here as we start with our brown property group and Mediterranean Avenue. It is a $60 property play. Here we go. That first question of the evening.
Here we go.
Made to benefit U.S. families. Everything else, Willie Nelson is correct. You got one property. Next up, Baltic Avenue for 60. What document essential to the future of the United States was signed on 6? No, I'm sorry, it's going to cost you 60. I'll finish the question. No, I won't, John. The Constitution is what we were looking for. $60 so you takes you to 120, and you own both of our down properties. So
120 will be doubled to 240 right then and there. Next group, Oriental Avenue for 100.
That's Joshua. Detroit? No, I'm sorry, it's going to cost you 100. John or Doug? That would be the windiest of cities, Chicago. All right, we now cut Oregon in half down to $50. In music, what multi-persona folk singer had the hit album Purple Rain? Joshua. That would be Prince. That would be Prince. $50 to you takes you to -110, and you have a light blue. Next up is Vermont Avenue, worth 100. In literature, what's the first American novel to sell 1 million copies? And that's John. Uncle Tom's Cabin is correct. $100 to you. You're at 340. One for Joshua, one for John. Now we go to Connecticut Avenue, worth 120. In politics, what was the first country to give women the vote in 18? And that's Joshua. The United Kingdom of Great Britain. No, I'm sorry, it's going to cost you 120. I'll finish the question. The first country to give women the vote in 1893. That's John. New Zealand is correct. 120 to you takes you to 460. So we're going to have a showdown now, man. It's one for the thing, too. Joshua has one property. I'm going to need two for you. So remember, there's no money at stake. You're just trying to take over an athlete. In baseball, who holds the record for most games played consecutively? Joshua. Paper. No, I'm sorry. Don, you want to take a shot at it? No money at stake. What? No, I'm sorry. It was Cal Ripken Jr. Oh. Yeah.
Hey.
In music, which British band originally reported the hit Imagine? Joshua? The Beatles. No, I'm sorry. John? The Who. The Who is correct, and you have taken a lot more.
You get the light blue along with my value, which will take them up to 780.
Second Street.
Next up, the Magenta Property Group, St. Charles Place for 140.
Excellent. John? Australia? No, I'm sorry.
No, really.
Joshua or Doug? That would be Antarctica. So we now cut St. Charles in half down to 70. Who in 1980 shot to death the former Beatle John Lennon? John? Yeah. Chapman is takes you to 710. You have one magenta. Next up, States Avenue for 140. What was the original name of the legendary boxer Muhammad Ali? Joshua. Cassius Clay? Cassius Clay is correct. 150 to you. Get you up to -90. One for John, one for Joshua. Now we go to Virginia Avenue for 160. Who is the author of the series of books featuring young Harry Potter? Joshua. J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling is correct. 160 to you takes you to $70. And we're at the end of the magentas. Joshua owns 2 properties, so I need one correct answer from him. John owns 1 and 2 correct answers. In music, which artist has the nickname of the Godfather of Soul? John. James Brown is correct. In history, which U.S. president created the Tennessee Valley Authority? John. FDR himself, you are correct, and you have taken the magenta properties. Let's turn those red and give you $440 of combined value, which takes you up to $1,150. We now go over to our orange property group, starting at St. James Place, worth $180. Jimmy, Wayne, and Marie are all members of which senior family? Joshua. Osmond's is correct. 180 takes you to 250. You have one orange. Next up, Tennessee Avenue for 180. In television, who most famously hosted the long-running game show $25,000 event? Joshua. Right. It's correct. 180 takes you to 430. You have two. Next up, New York Avenue for 200. In physics, which is lighter, a proton or an electron? Joshua. No, I'm sorry, it cost you 200. Doug.
Electron.
Electron is correct. That's $200 for you. So we are ready for a showdown. And finally, Doug, you're involved in one. Joshua has two of the properties. He only needs one correct answer. Doug, you're going to need two. In what city was the television series One Day at a Time set? Doug.
San Francisco.
No, I'm sorry. Joshua, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Boston.
No, it was Indianapolis. Let's try another one. In sports, which college basketball team featured the starting lineup known as the 5-5? Doug. That was Michigan. There's one for you. Next correct answer from either of you takes the monopoly. Who is the arch enemy of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's series? Joshua?
Moriarty.
Moriarty is correct, and you have taken the orange property group. Let's turn now in gold and give you $560 of combined value, which takes you to $790. We now turn on to 3rd Street. We're in our red property group. We start with Kentucky Avenue, which is worth $220. In politics, which president created the interstate highway system? Eisenhower is correct. 220 to you takes you to 420. You have one red. Next up, Indiana Avenue, the home of John Bergman for 220. Which U.S. state was the first to give the vote to African Americans? That would be Iowa.
Iowa.
Let's take that property very in half. Round 10 for Indiana. In which novel by Charles Dickens would you find the characters of Bacon and the Artful Dodger? John. All the choice is correct. 110 to you, takes you to 1260. We've got one for Doug, one for John. Now we've got Illinois Avenue for 240. In sports, what baseball team has won the most World Series? Doug. The Yankees is correct. 230 to you, takes you to 660. And we are ready for another showdown. Doug, you own two of these properties, so I only need one correct answer. John, you own one. I need two correct answers. In movies, who directed the 1997 multi-Oscar winning hit? Doug? No, I'm sorry. I'll finish the question. Titanic. John? James Cameron is correct. That's one for you. All right. The answer takes the red monopoly. Which actor, the son of Donald Sutherland, appeared in A Few Good Men? Gentlemen, that would be Kiefer Sutherland. That's all good. All right, next question. Hartman, Kenny, Stan, and Kyle. Doug? South Park is correct, and Doug, you have taken the red part. Let's turn it green and give you $680 in combined value. We shall shoot for $1,340, and you are currently in first place. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, hell has officially frozen over. We are now in our gold property group. We start with Atlantic Avenue. As we wind our ass and scratch our watch, this is worth $60. Which president created the United States Parks System? Joshua.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt's correct. 260 to you. Takes you to 1,050. You have one yellow. Next up, Ventnor Avenue for 260. Who is the lead singer of the group Pearl Jam? John. Eddie Vedder's correct. 260 for you. Takes you to 1,520. One for Joshua, one for John. Next up, Marvin Gardens for 280. In politics, who ran as the Republican opponent of Bill Clinton in the 1996 presidential election? John. No, I'm sorry, that's going to cost you 280. Doug. No, I'm sorry, that's going to cost you 280. Fashion? Take off. Buzzer? There it is. No, it was the man with the fist tight as a ball, Bob Dole. Bob Dole. Do that. Bob Dole would not say his name as Bob Dole. That's right. All right, let's take that property value in half now. Yes, to 140. In movies, who's the director of the 1994 film Pulp Fiction? Joshua.
Quentin Tarantino.
Mr. Tarantino, it is. 140 to you takes you to 1190. So we're ready for another showdown. Joshua, you own two properties, so you're going to need one correct answer. John, you own one property. I need two correct answers. Which NFL football team of the 1970s had their defensive line nicknamed the Purple People Eaters? Joshua. Minnesota Vikings is correct, and you have taken the other property group. Let's turn that one go.
You also get $300 for my value. Thank you up to 1990. Right. Pacific Avenue for 300 is up next.
Joshua.
Carter.
Linda Carter is correct. $300 to you. You were up to 2290. One property. Next up, North Carolina Avenue for 300. In football, who was the first African American quarterback to win a Super Bowl? John, you're in town. No, I'm sorry, it's going to cost you 300. Joshua or Doug, you have 3 seconds. Sorry, I'll take a drink. That was Doug Williams for the Washington Redskins at the time. Known as the Washington Commanders. Right, let's take that property value in half down to 150. Which U.S. president was known as Old Hickory? John. Taylor. No, I'm sorry, it's going to cost you 150. Joshua. Doug. It was Jackson. 150 to you takes you to 1210. So we've got one for Joshua, one for Doug. Next up, Pennsylvania Avenue for 320. In television news, who was the only American network anchor at the collapse of the Berlin Wall in 1989? Joshua.
Peter Jennings.
No, I'm sorry, cost you 320. John or Dave? John. Tom Brokaw. Tom Brokaw is correct. 320 to you. Takes you to 1110. All right, so here is our first time to where all three players own a property. So whoever gives me two correct answers first, and they do not have to be just Doug. Good job. Whoever gives me two in a row first, but do not need to go consecutive, will take Monopoly. Here comes your first one. In boxing, what country hosted the Rumble in the Jungle? Doug. No, I'm sorry. John and Joshua. John. Zaire. Zaire is correct. That's one for you. Next question. In theater, who wrote the play Troilus and Cressida?
We're almost there.
Shakespeare. Yeah. In politics, who was Richard Nixon's first vice president? John. Spiro Agnew is correct. And John, you have taken the green monopoly. Let's time that one red. We give you $920 of combined value, which takes you to $2,030. We have finally come to our final monopoly. This is our dark blues, and we start with first place worth $350. In movies, you play Polly Golightly in the film Breakfast at Tiffany's. John. The headman is correct. For Movie TV, it takes you to 2380, and that brings us now to the final category, boardwalk worth $400. In the Animal Kingdom, tiger, leaf, and hammerhead are types of what? Shark. Shark is correct. $400 for you takes you to 1610, and we are final showdown. So, of course, whoever gives me one correct answer first will take this final monopoly. Yes, sir. Good job, Dave. All right, so here we go. What would be the final question? According to the saying, going from a bad situation to an even worse one is like getting out of the frying pan and into the what? Doug. Say again. Fire is correct, and Doug, you have taken the dark blue property group. Let's turn that one green and give you $750 of combined value, which brings you to $2,360.
And that's the end. The acquisition phase.
We have ever had. Let's take a look at where we stand. Right now, in third place is our gold player, Joshua Root. He has two monopolies to his name and $1,970. In second place, just barely, is our green player, Doug Trovinger. He has two monopolies and $2,360. And in first place currently is our reigning champion, our red player, John Bergman. He has four monopolies and a $20 lead at $2,380. Well, this is where we're going to take our first commercial break of the evening. As we do, our players are going to be backstage using some of that money to make upgrades to their properties, buying houses and hotels. And when we come back, we're going to get that chance to play a 15-minute big money round with Mr. Monopoly to find out who's going to go on to play for all the big cash or those lots of money to play. Right here on the Monopoly Night in America.
Two left. Actually, we don't have too much left. Because that latest flood statement I actually got it live. So, I got it live right as it got issued, so. Or. Oh, John did find a station for Carter. I knew he would. Okay. Now I will send this over when we finish this here. Okay, looks like that's the last one. Okay, it's still glitching. Alright, so here's what we're gonna happen. What's gonna happen? We're gonna get WETS, and then we'll connect back and we will finish that up.
Executions.
Okay. Go right ahead and send it over. Send it on over. And there we go. Okay, let's start the live feed.
Making China the world's leading institution in the just published something be sent to the remainder, with governments accused in some cases of using the death penalty to silence political dissent. The report lists Iran as executing 972 people last year. The United States executed 20. BBC News.
Looks like one of my classmates in the my HTML class actually uh, commented back on my HTML work, specifically the page I'm doing for the class. The other page I was talking about earlier, that's for my personal purposes. Okay, let's move this out of the way, and let's start this again from square one. Now let's finish this up. And apparently they did not know that Windows 10 is going to be losing support this year. Windows 10 support will be cut off this year. Well, that's because I've been hearing about it. And I've been hearing everything about it, and hearing people say, "Make a plan, make a plan." I mean, it's fast approaching. Time is running out. that we gotta make. So, I mean, personally, for me, I gotta make a choice. And as I was talking about, and especially with the Nostalgia Series finale, I have already explained on. No, I don't want to hear that GOV safety flood crap. I don't want to hear about it. I think it came too soon. There we go. And the last tooth I said I got live, so that's the end of that. Then we're going to turn the mouse back on and then go back on the other loggers, John and KLT, and then that should be it. I'll put the rest of them in their place. We'll get the start of the Tuesday auto tests, and then we will wrap this up officially. So we're getting closer to the end here. I must not have turned WFRE back on after everything from this week, so from last week, I mean. Really, South Carolina? You wait till 11 p.m. to test? The hell?
Each one of those individuals, they did have the ability. Losing third place right now, $30. In second place is our third place, it's off a lead of $407.
Hey, here we go. Hey, here we go. Is it still trying to send? Or is it just taking forever?
I think mine were kids.
Oh my god, everybody's running weeklies now. Whatever the heck that means.
Just make sure that you go rewrite and bring them back to Seattle. So this thing is gonna
Yeah, the message is over anyway. WCS Wait a second. Wait a minute. CS. Wait a minute. WCSK and ETS are linked? Oh, odd. Yep, that's a fail. Next one.
If you get it wrong, you won't lose money, but it will become a toss-up for your two challengers. If one of them gets it correct, they're going to steal that real money, but if they get it wrong, it is going to cost them, so it is risky. Of course, we have got our utilities. We've got a free parking jackpot up in the upper left-hand corner that's currently got $500 in it, but it's going to grow and it will grow quickly, just like that the bot. And of course, we've got our Kevin Henry specials, the chance and the community chest, and he will be here to absolutely interrupt this show and make us all remember where he is and why he's not here. That didn't make a damn bit of sense, so just go with it and just know that it meant something. To who, I don't know. And of course, finally, we have got our railroads, the hostile takeover activity. It'll be all aboard for one question that can change this game in an absolute instant. So, with that being said, we've got our Mr. Monopoly Pawn is on the board. Jason has got his dice. After he gives us that first roll, we'll go ahead and move it, and that 15-minute timer will begin. Let's do it. Let's play the 15-minute big money round.
Okay, here we go to the other section now. Did I ever go back on this one? And just in case I didn't, I'm gonna go back on it again. Next one.
AC is correct. $1,200 for you takes you to $2,310. Next roll. And we have got chance.
That's what it is. Oh no, there he is. And he goes crazy like Stitch, all for nothing. Alright, now for the weeklies in here. So here we go. I'm going to restart the video too before we go any further. Here we go. Okay. This seems to be an automated test. I don't know why. Why it always seems to be automated. Not again. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I must not have went back on these earlier, so it's going to be a lot more catching up than I thought. Okay. I'm going to move the clock over since we're not going to be needing the search bar anymore. Now that we're almost done. The hell?
$2,000. Or in astronomy, the letters HST stand for Hubble Space what? Telescope. Telescope is correct. 2,000 takes you to $6,010. Next roll.
Okay, I don't even know where the bottom of this even is. I do not see the bottom of it. Only the sun. Okay.
Catholicism is correct. 550 takes you to 980. Next roll.
That's spam.
This is St. James Place. Josh, in math, if you drive 80 miles on a round trip, how many miles is it one way?
40.
40 is correct. 2970 plus the 950 takes you to 30.
What's this one?
Today, Atlantic Avenue. Joshua, in nature, what L is a variety of flower that can be prefixed by tiger or be water? Lily. Lily is correct. 1150 here. 5,070. Next roll. And we're answered by Kevin Henry. This community chest card says bank error. Yellow player, you collect $250. Takes you to 5320. Next roll.
That we did. That we did. That's spam. That's also spam. We did that one. There's this one. So peekaboo.
Jeans are normally made from what fabric? Joshua.
Denim.
Denim is
Yeah, let's pay for it.
you can
Magenta properties.
all right, going after the magenta. So here, you're going to need to answer 3 questions in a row correctly to steal his monopoly. But be careful. Miss any question, and you will pay the rent for that exact property. So here we go. We start with St. Charles Place or two Post Place. In film, complete the title of the 1986 John Hughes movie. Ferris Bueller's
Day off.
Day Off is correct. We now move to States Avenue. What kind of animal is the children's television puppet Kermit?
The frog.
He is the frog. We now go to Virginia. Get this one correct.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot Massachusetts was tonight. I forgot Massachusetts was tonight. Is that it? I think is the end of it. But this one, is this also? Yep, South Carolina failed. Spectacular. Okay, let's do the Massachusetts Monthly on Verizon then. No, not 6-3, 6-1. And just for fun, let's see if 6-2 will test, unless they have already. All right, so there we go. Okay, that's it then. They're stars. All right. Let me go ahead and. Well, I'm still gonna have 6 on anyway, just to see if they do a weekly. Just to see if they do a weekly. All right. Oh. Shut it down. And let me readjust all of this. Where did they get this idea?
In music, the name is given to a written symbol representing the pitch and duration of a musical sound. No, I'm sorry, toss up. Joshua.
A note.
It is a note. 2,000 goes to your
Right. Now let's continue the catch-up game here.
And that takes us to the chest.
Oh no, not again. Is that it? Did this one? Wow, spectacular. Good job, South Carolina. You failed with pride.
$7.50, 15, 22.50. That 22.50 we will subtract from you, Joshua, and that's going to be put into a jackpot, which puts that up to $2,750. Next roll.
No 3.
Indiana Avenue.
All right, this question.
Doug, in law, what E is the name given to the documents or objects used to prove or disprove someone's case?
Evidence.
7660. You're back in first place. Next roll. And that takes us to North Carolina Avenue.
All right, John, just try to catch up to the group. Soft 75 on the line.
John, in art, who painted the Mona Lisa?
Da Vinci.
Da Vinci is correct.
Yep.
1275. Next roll.
Double.
And that's Pennsylvania Avenue.
All right, John, another question that is your way a chance to catch up even more with 14 on the line.
John, in the game of darts, what is the highest score you can achieve with all 3 darts?
60.
No, toss up. Joshua.
180.
That's correct. 1,400 to you. Takes you to 9,010. Puts you back in first place. Next roll.
Okay.
That's luxury tax.
Here we go. Pay the taxes. You can't evade the tax man. Hey, here we go now. What's the time on this one? Oh, perfect. I never trimmed this part. There we go. Fixed it.
Here, 4730. Next roll. Takes us to St. Charles Place. Joshua, in which 1964 children's film did Dick Van Dyke star as a chimney sweep named Bert?
Really?
My favorite of all time, Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins is correct. So 50 feet. Next roll.
Like I said, we're going to keep adding on to this until
This is a big one, players. In music, singer Axl Rose featured in which American, and that's John. Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses. John, which of these properties would you like to return? I'm going to take back what is legally mine. I'm sorry, St. Charles Place to Virginia Avenue. All right, so we will start at St. Charles. You know what's at stake here. Here we go. In TV, Sybil Shepherd featured in the series Moon what? Like, correct. Estates Avenue. In food, consomme and gazpacho are tops of what? Soup. Correct. And for you to be able to steal the Monopoly, or it's going to cost you $900. In in which sport is the ball made of cork and twine and covered in red leather? Baseball. No, John, I'm sorry. It was cricket. It's for cricket. So I'm sorry, that's going to cost you $900. We're going to pay that over to Joshua. That means this
never failed.
was unsuccessful. Next. Joshua in geometry, angles that are angle triangle. One. One is correct. 1,000 you takes you to 75. Next row. In the 1996 film Romeo and Juliet, is called what? Anyway, you are going to be losing $60.
Yeah, it's at 11,735. Your dog is at 7780. Another one? Really?
Break of the evening. As we do, we're going to be selling back all of the property.
We're making play the best place to work is Google Play games on PC is moving into general availability this year with major updates. We're expanding support for native PC gamers with more tools, including a new PC estimate.
I timed it. My best time yet. A good 30 minutes.
Oh my god, Newport, how many more?
Until 1:30 a.m. At 12:25 a.m., strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Oregon Inlet to near Pamlico Sound to near Okra Cove to near Artificial Reef 275, moving east at 50 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to nearly 50 knots. Source, marine observations. These thunderstorms have a history of producing strong winds of 40 knots or greater. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Cape Habitus, Monitor Marine Sanctuary, Trim Inlet, Hatteras Inlet, Okra Cove Inlet, Artificial.
Oh, wait a second. Isn't that Newburn? Okay, then we will add it in, then we'll add it in next week's update. Then we'll add it in our update this weekend. Okay, that better be the last one. My goodness. Hopefully this will be the last one.
South of Okra Cove Inlet, North Carolina to Cape Lookout, North Carolina out to 20 nautical miles. Out to Thursday, North Carolina from 20 to 40 nautical miles. There's from Okra Cove Inlet to Cape Lookout, North Carolina from 20 to 40 nautical miles. Until 1:30 a.m. At 12:31 a.m., strong thunderstorms were located along the line extending from 7 nautical miles south of Murphy's Creek to 75 to near the Knuckle Creek to 25 nautical miles southwest of Big Ten Fathom. Source, radar. Impact.
I think John's had enough of WGUG. It's local.
Safe harbor until hazardous. Their passes.
Alright, let's see if we can actually end this thing this time. I don't know how Charleston thinks flood warnings are so important that they need to be toned even during quiet hours. I don't understand. But I guess it's up to them, so. Okay. So, I will end this thing immediately after we are caught up here. So. Well, actually, let's make this a bit easier. Before we go slowing this down, let me first put in the new stuff. So yeah, let's start by putting in the remaining tests from today. And it looks like John is done with WETS as well. There we go, that was what we just got. Yeah, I think John might have had enough of the... Yeah, I think he's getting tired of everything on WDDG being ignored by his not my local filter, so I think that's probably why he removed it. But I'm going to keep DDG going on my logger for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, I'm going to go looking for a replacement for EMF, both of them, because apparently they stopped streaming alerts again. And from the last time, let me see when. Let me check my logger really quickly and see when was the last time EMF Air 1. The last time they ever relayed anything was March 9th. March 9th. That was the last time they ever streamed alert. And we haven't heard anything from them since then. So that's it. So that is it. EMF is officially off my monitors permanently. Yes, permanently this time, and I mean it. As they can't seem to do things properly. 414. That goes here, doesn't it? Yeah, there we go. And I believe it's furthermore because he doesn't want duplicates on his logger, so. So yeah, let's first start by putting in the other tests from today before we proceed any further here with, ending this thing. What was the time on this one? Time on this was 2:17, so let's undo it. There we go. All right, that's in its place. Raisin Bran. That's a little more appropriate than that medication.
Into the station. So, of course, as always, we start with reverse order here. So, our player coming out of that last round, third place, was our current champion, John Bergman. He had $3,880. When we sell back all of the upgrades that he still owned, he was able to nab an additional $1,250, which brings his total this evening. Excuse me, I'm misspeaking there. I looked at something wrong, and I'm glad I didn't hit the button yet. Luckily, I didn't hit the button. So yes, he is nabbing 1,600. That is my apologies on that. Luckily, as I said, I didn't hit the button. So when we add that to his total, he finishes up with $5,480. I'm gonna make sure in my notes to the side here that I update that so it is proper. Go. All right. Next, we go to our player that was in second place, our green player, Doug Trovinger.
At 2:30 p.m.
Finished in his best place ever, $7,785. When we sell back all of the upgrades he still had, he did nab an additional $1,250, which brings his total this evening up to $9,035. And finally, we make our way over to our gold player who was in first place, Joshua Rudin. He had $11,735. When we give him all of his upgrades that he currently owns, he is able to get an additional $2,250. And add that to his total. He finishes tonight with $13,985.
Making him our new champion.
Joshua, first, we're going to talk to our runners up this evening. We will start with our player that finished in third, our now former champion, John Bergman. John, $5,400.
Live.
That is not time to sneeze at. You started off tonight looking really strong in the game, and then as it continued around the board, it would slowly kind of peter off a little bit. And the other players were able to start grabbing some monopolies themselves, which then kind of turned things on its head when we got into the big money round. So, how are you feeling coming out of the game this evening?
It's just the game. I'm trying to say, I think that Josh, that's the whole hostile group. That's where know that that's how this played. So I still had a great time.
I hear just over the moon that you had a good time with us. You do have a championship to your name right now. When we go ahead and take a look at where your totals are at this time, with that $5,080 that you're going to hold on to, that brings you up on the seats and to $25,868. And you are currently still holding on to sixth place overall.
In the tournament at the moment.
So, John, another episodes left here in the season.
Yeah, 4 of them actually.
I think we may see you back here again before it's said and done.
Oh yeah,
And of course, Virginia tries to test. Yep, because this is the week. Okay, let's do our VA.
This is your first time you will actually finish in second place overall for an episode. You were able to hold on to $9,035, which is about 4 times more than you've ever earned in one episode. Tell me how you feel and what's going through your mind at this moment.
Maybe I have some raisin candy.
Well, it cleaned out all the gum.
Yeah, great.
Americans, wherever they be.
There it is. Okay, this Virginia Monthly then will end this video. Yep, this will be the final product to go in.
And you mentioned it there, had you got that right. That, of course, would have been 2,000 more to you, putting you into at least a little over 11,000. Means Joshua would have gotten it, would have put him to 11,900. You never know if with that would have changed some runs that people went on. But yeah, regardless, you had a fantastic game. So let me go ahead and update you now with your money placed into your bank account at this point. You are now on the season at $12,840 and you are officially in the top 9 at 8th place overall. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Excuse me, 5. I was about to say 6, but it was 5. You overtook 5 players tonight. That has got to feel really good.
What place am I in? I'm sorry.
You are now in 8th place overall for the season.
Oh, I gotta see if I can try to get it to one more exercise just to seal the deal.
Well, that will be important because with you being in 8th right now, 9th place is Travis Coulter. He is $1,555, behind you. Elliot Schiff, who is in 10th place, is about $6,100 behind you. So there are definitely some players chomping at the bit to try to make their way towards you.
Another one? What the hell?
Seeing as how we're getting to the end of the season, we've only got 4 regular season episodes left. These are going to be trying to get in there so they can have their shot at making it into the top group. But well done by you. We'll see what happens. Congratulations on your evening tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Doug Travers, give it up for him.
Thank you.
I know he is feeling really good about himself. Of course, the end of the hour, Joshua Reed, $15,985. You have tried multiple times, and finally, you are a Monopoly champion.
Are you sure? Because I don't. What the heck? I come on here for the laughs. I come on here for the fun. Not actually to win, but I've done it.
Look at that. Getting a commercial break because I saw you were going to win. And I was like, okay, I need to figure out how it was that he won. So I asked the AI, I'm like, how did Joshua Reed win Monopoly night? And AI says, she. That's all I know. So, you just go with it. Yeah, but I can tell you, with your winnings at $13,985, you haven't played the bonus game yet. That has you now on the season at $21,350, and you are in 7th place overall now on the season. If you're going to have you be here in the bonus game, there is an opportunity for you to still pick up 1 or more spots on the leaderboard. And Joshua, if you're ready, sure the audience is ready. It's time for us to go once around the house. Well, you see here, Joshua, we've got the board looking at nice and shiny for you. So let's go ahead and talk about it here. Of course, we are going to be giving you 5 rolls here as we try to go one time fully around this board. Every step that you're able to make it around the board, we're going to give you $100 into that center jackpot. You can choose to walk away at any time if you want. Or if you use up all of your rolls and you have not sent yourself to jail, then you will get to keep that money. Upper right hand corner seems like it'd be easy, right? Well, not so much, because we're gonna add 4 more gather jail spaces on this board. But we're gonna let you have the say so on where they go. We'll place 1 on 2nd Street, 1 on 3rd Street, and 2 on 4th Street. So if you would, Joshua, let's place 1 on 2nd Street between St. Charles and New York Avenue.
Let's place it on community chest.
All right. Let's put it on there to try to show Kevin Henry up. But let's now put something on 3rd Street between 5th and 6th. So that one, and we need to do 2 on 4th Street between Pacific Avenue and Boulevard.
Let's do the home of Branch Scruggs, North Carolina Avenue, and Lexington.
And Green City Counties.
Oh. Must be Massachusetts again.
It is now that we will be, of course, revealing, of course, Joshua, you were able to have a successful hostile takeover within the game. So you will be able to earn yourself either an additional roll or a re-roll if at some point you roll one that's going to send you to jail. So you can hold on to that one. It's basically an insurance marker itself for you. though, if the time comes, then we will use that up. Now, Joshua, here's the good news. We've not had anybody win our bonus game in a little bit. So if you can make it all the way around the board before you run out of rolls and you can make it pass go, you will win tonight $45,000. If you can, however, land exactly on go and become the third person ever to do so, then we double that and you will walk out of here tonight with $90,000. So let's go ahead and get your. That's right. So we've got your token on the board now.
Okay.
So
This one. The test to end.
It'll stop it.
Okay. One more setup test to add. So $600.
So right now, bad roll 11.
11 is the only bad roll he has.
I'll have a reroll in my pocket. There's only 2 dice combinations that end this game. Let's go for it.
Let's go for it. That rock and roller is fired up. Hit the red button.
Push the button.
5 for a 7.
All right, that's an additional $700. You have to $1,300 and your jackpot now. You're down to 3 rolls remaining with your insurance marker. Your bad roll here is a 4.